wind was a little loud. But hello. Figured there's not a whole lot going on tonight, so I would do a bit of a stream. Maybe not be, or it might not be a long one, but it'll be something. But yeah, I'm gonna take the tail dragger up for a change instead. I haven't flown a tail dragger version of this plane yet since I bought the RV-14. When was it, like a year and a half ago or something, I think, or more? Hello, house. Hello, KW for life. Yeah, so it should be interesting. It's got the canopy just in case we need to jettison it if Halcy's jump. Let's mute the sim sounds for a minute. That's better. I'm gonna do one quick thing here. All right, so we're taking off in southeastern BC and Cranbrook, but we are, I know the title says Southwest Alberta, and the majority of the flight's gonna be in Alberta. Very little of it's gonna be in BC, actually. But it's around a 70-mile flight. It should be pretty scenic, actually. I can't remember what the scenery actually looks like in the sim, like whether the mountains look good or not, because I kind of flew around here when the sim first came out, but I'm not sure if it's been updated since then or not as far as the ortho goes. Well, I'm Glickman. But we have flown into Cranbrook before. That's where we're taking off from. But when we head east, it's going to be a bit of different scenery that we haven't seen before. You might see some of the coal mines possibly around Sparwood. The one thing that I'm looking forward to seeing, I'm hoping that it's depicted fairly well, even though it's not a POI, it's going to be the Frank Slide in Alberta. It's around a town called Coleman and Frank, and what's the other area called there? Well, it's part of Crowsnest Past, so it's should be kind of neat seeing it. But yeah, if you Google Frank Slide, it'll kind of give you a bit of info on what the history is behind there. What it was back in the early 1900s, there was a huge rock slide that came down that buried a big chunk of a town, and I think it killed like 70 to 90 people or something like that. I think they're saying that those are the people that went missing. They never recovered them or found their bodies or anything, I guess. So it was pretty significant considering that it was back then when the place was pretty small to start with anyways, but considering that size of the population of the town, it was a pretty big part of the population at the time. Yeah, so it should be a nice flight. We're going to land in Pincher Creek. Depending on the time and how I'm feeling, we might go a little bit farther than that. We might even go all the way to Lethbridge, then we can kind of check out that bridge that we were talking about, and we'll see a little bit more of like the wind farms and stuff as well too. I think I was talking about Lethbridge a couple weeks ago, actually. So we might carry on and go that far as well, because it's not going to be that much farther past, but it'll be a little bit more time in the air flying if we decide to do it. All right, so let's jump in and get the plane started. I don't know why, but the music sounds like it's louder tonight than it was the other day. It's the same list again, though, too. I gotta start making some different lists to play. Oh well. Alright, where were we? Starting the plane. He's still there. There's another reason why I took Tail Dragger tonight too. The regular version for me, for some reason, has been acting really weird where the balance has been really off, so it's always been wanting to So it was like all the weight's going to the back of the plane for some reason. So as soon as you hit the brakes, it starts dragging the tail for some reason. So I figured at least this will eliminate that for now. It's been doing it ever since Sim Update 13, I think. Yeah, it was pretty significant. It's still one of the bigger slides, I think, in Canada, and I'm not sure comparable how it compares to other slides in the world and stuff. But yeah, for the time back then too, it was a pretty big deal. Even the railway was buried as well too, and I think they said they got the line open, I guess, within 3 weeks of it happening. So that's pretty quick considering technology back then as well too, to get it reopened that quick. Now it'd probably be a lot quicker than that if with the equipment and stuff that we have, but still, like, it'd still be pretty significant if it happened again. Alright, that's set. Should start the plane, actually. Hear the fuel pump. Surprised the engine sounds are still as quiet as they are, though. So I'm gonna check that quickly. So one thing I was gonna do is check the audio settings for that. Voices are turned down. User interface is turned down. So that's everything else is where it should be. It's loud enough when you're up in the air, but it's pretty quiet on the ground, though. Alright, that's on. Alternator on before I forget this time. Nav lights. Shouldn't need the pitot heat. I don't think it's that cold yet. Yeah, it's. There's no way it's 22 in Cranbrook right now. Maybe it is. Let's see what the weather says there. Oh, so it is. It's actually pretty warm out there today. Not very warm here, though, where I live, because, well, it's raining, so that's another reason why. Yeah, they make a big difference. There's a lot of areas too, like in the Fraser Canyon where we have tunnels and stuff too, and like snow sheds and stuff too for avalanches and stuff like that. So, and even when you get up in like the Rogers Pass area too, it's the same thing up there, and they make a big difference really, especially in the wintertime. Alright, I lost my train of... That's what I was doing, putting a map on there, even though it doesn't really matter. So what we're going to do is, the winds are in favor of departing runway 16, so we'll take off to the south. We'll fly south till we meet up with the Crowsnest Highway, and then we'll start following that, going east. We might take a bit of a detour when we get up to Sparwood, maybe, and head north, going up the Elk... What highway is that again? Elkford, I think? And then we'll turn around, come back south, and then carry on going east. Because that's a nice area too, IRL, going up that area. Except for where the coal mines are, but other than that, it's still nice scenery. Alright, we'll cheat with the altimeter. 2995 is what it is. Alright, I think we're ready to taxi. Autopilot on just in case. Hello, Wills. Thank you for the 100 bits. Make you a mod. Do you want to be a mod? I can make you a mod. I could always use one. Or another one. Well, for the most part, it's usually pretty good anyways. Every once in a while, we get those bots that come in or whatever, spamming the... You're at work? Okay, I won't bother then. But thank you for the 100 bits again, though. Okay, let's start taxiing. This should be fun taxiing in this. So we won't go all the way down to the runway, to the end of the runway, just because it's still a pretty long runway for the most part, so we have a lot of distance to take off from north end of the ramp there actually, so we should be good doing that. Because Air Canada does fly their Dash 8s in here, so it's pretty long. Trying to remember if WestJet's been flying more plane. I know WestJet's doing their WestJet Connect to Calgary, but I'm not sure if they're actually flying some bigger planes in here yet or not. Okay, thanks, bye. I'm good, how are you? Alright, are we gonna start rolling? Yeah, I took the parking brake off. Now we're going though. I haven't flown a tail dragger in a sim for ages, so this will be interesting. You couldn't resist. That's good that you're doing good. What I'll do is I'll set the head into 160 just in case we do put the autopilot on right away. Oh, you could have said that too, but yeah. Been watching too much Bob and Doug McKenzie. Oh, there's the line. That's cheating. Yeah, down in Fort Steele. It's a pretty good sized yard, and even Cranbrook does too, but the Cranbrook yard's not what it used to be. They took a lot of the tracks out of that yard, actually. Like, the yard's still same size, but they removed... I think it was back like the early... like around 2013 and stuff, they started removing a lot of the tracks in that yard. They built a lot of other smaller yards kind of out elsewhere along the line from Kingsgate, which is at the border for Canada and US, out to Yeah, between there and Cranbrook, actually, because there's another place called Talkie right around Yak where they put a lot of tracks in there. So that's kind of like a even used more as a yard now too for switching out there. You did watch Strange Brew last week? Yeah, it has the turntable still, but I'm not sure if it works though. Like the only thing that you use that for is to take machines in and out of the shop there, like the work equipment machines, so not units or anything like that for trains or nothing like that. But like Canvas doesn't have a car shop or anything there, but like for our machines, like the spikers, speed swings, tampers, stuff like do the maintenance work, they we use that still for that reason, but it's not very often though. I think it pretty well where it's set to is where it stays for the most part. I'm surprised you haven't gotten rid of it, to be honest. Hello, Scotty Bob. Just remember seeing upside down as no. Hello, Johnny FP. Yeah, so it's, from when I started working for them, track has changed a lot down this way, actually. All right, strobes on, landing lights on. Tony the Tiger, great. How are you doing, Scotty Bob? Ground handling on this plane is a little bit different compared to the trike. Oh yeah, we're not even centered. Hello, Wormhole Extreme. You can say that. Some of the people I'd say it's more like they're from Florida, but it's... Well, as far as like oil sands and fields and stuff go, yeah, as far as the oil industry, it would be like that. He's gone for the week, Scotty Bob. That's why hasn't been around. He's off elsewhere for the week. I probably visiting a friend or something, I'm guessing. All right, taxi lights can come off and we'll get going. Yeah, he's fine though, Peter. I mean, or Scotty Bob, he announced that he was gonna be gone for the week. I think it was last year he did the same thing. He was gone for a bit, actually. Took a trip or whatever to go see a friend or something. So I'd imagine it's probably the same thing again. All right, this will be interesting. Oh, there we go. Oh, crap. This handle's a lot different than the Carbon Cup does for the tail dragger. Nah, it's not for that reason. Okay, thanks, bye. I guess if you want to think of it like that, maybe, but I'm not streaming for that reason, though. I'm just streaming because I finally have a chance, and I don't get many opportunities, so I just figured I would do one tonight, too. Like, the time is there. I have the time right now, so it's just, yeah, I've been wanting to stream more. The secret mission for the McRib. Could be that too. You know what we should do? We should go check out Fort Steele, actually. We can even do a pass over Cranbrook, too. You want to see me stream working? Oh, my day is not that interesting when I'm at work, though. For me, it's a lot of time spent in the truck and doing paperwork and stuff. Driving around, visiting the crews that I've spread out all over, and that's it. Alright, we'll go follow the Kimberley Highway, head into Cranbrook. We'll fly over the yard, rail yard there actually. You can take a look at it in the sim. And then we'll head back east. We'll do a little bit of flight over Fort Steele. Actually, what we could do is even fly along the track, because there's some really nice scenery along the track there too. But I'm glad you like my streams, though. I was kind of wondering whether if they're worth watching or not. It's not like I do a whole lot other than take off and fly around and land again. But when I get more comfortable on Pilot Edge again, I'll start showing some of that too. Now that I kind of know when Goldie's schedule's on too, and when, now that I know when Goldie's working or whatever, where he's on to, I mean, will help a little bit, because we just still kind of know that I'm not messing up on purpose or anything if I do make a small mistake. The big rear beam out. Oh yeah, flaps are down. That would have helped with the takeoff too, because usually it's more stable without the flaps. Wonder why we weren't speeding up. Just do a barrel and see if you notice. A barrel roll or an aileron roll? Done lots of aileron rolls in this plane, not a lot of barrel rolls yet though. I need to practice those a little bit. Goldie's birthday is this Saturday? I gotta remember. I'll have to say happy birthday to him then. I probably missed that actually, Goldsy. I mean, or Scotty Bob. If you join the Discord, okay, thanks, bye. I can sometimes post stuff like that on. I can make a channel for like trains and things like that. I couldn't stream though during work though if I wanted to, because my data would get used up way too quick too. You're right back? Okay. The tracks are down there, but the scenery in the sim actually looks a little bit different than what it does. Actually, we're not that close to Fort Steele though. When you get closer to Fort Steele is where you see more of like the clay kind of land around there, but in the sim it might not show up like that too. It might show up more like just trees and stuff, possibly. Yours was last Saturday, so it was easy to remember. Yours will be easy to remember because it's on the 14th, so it's easy to remember because it was after Friday the 13th now too. Thinking that's Moyer Lake up there. So we should be passing the city right now, actually. Oh, climbing again. Yeah, it's not terrible around here, actually. Like, this is, I'm surprised. This is one of the better areas for scenery in BC, actually, compared to a lot of other areas. Like, you go up Rogers Pass, and some of the spots in there just looks terrible in it. Yeah, that's Cranbrook right there. Or maybe not. That might be Kimberly, actually. It's hard to tell in the sim because there's no photogrammetry like there is in a lot of bigger cities. Yeah, that's Kimberly. We're north of Cranbrook right now. Yeah, because that's the ski hill there. So if we keep flying south, Cranbrook should be... possibly on the other side of these mountains here, actually. Maybe that was Cranbrook. Doesn't look very representative of what actually is. Cranbrook is still a pretty big place, actually. Like, it's not it's a small city, but considering where it is, it's a major city, though. Trying to look at the map and trying to see what the highway looks like, and that... Right back? Okay. Oh, never mind. I went completely the wrong way. Alright, I know where I gotta go now. Yeah, that was Kimberly, I think. So Cranbrook is actually south of the airport. We should have just kept on going south and then we would have flown over there. I just had to look at Google Maps again to kind of get my bearings. Alright, so that's the Kimberley Highway in front of us. Actually, no, that would be the Crowsnest. That would be Highway 3 going west out of Cranbrook. Actually, no, that's... I don't know, I'm lost. The start of the Rockies. That would be the start of the Rockies right there, actually. Alright, let's see if we can find Cranbrook now. Take my feet off the rudder pedals. Okay, so this should be Highway 3 actually, because the track is right there too. Can't be right though, because I don't think the city is south of the airport. I'm pretty sure the city was... Maybe it is. When you're driving there IRL, it feels like it should be kind of like northeast of it actually. Maybe that is Cranbrook, but it doesn't look like there's a whole lot of buildings compared to what you really would see. So maybe the AutoGen doesn't put a whole lot there. The rail yard's more like at the west end of the city. Let's live pause for a second. I bet that'd be a neat flight too. You should write these down, House. You have good ideas for some areas to go to for even sightseeing, like flights and stuff. Or I should write them down too. If it's areas that you like to see and stuff, whatever, like, you can even post that in Discord. We can even check it out too at some point. All right, let's go to the external view. Yeah, there's not much to see in the scenery here. I'm gonna pause the track hour for a second. Yeah, that's why I'm disoriented, so... Right there should be where the yard is. In the sim, it's not really taken all that well, actually. Let's see what it looks like when we get over there. Hello, center of gravity. Yeah, so that should be the yard right there. You can see it with the roundhouse, actually. Ah, screw it. Let's go to the drone cam. Yeah, so that building right there is the Prestige Hotel. That's the roundhouse. You can see the turntable there, actually. There used to be a lot more tracks here, though. Right here is where the tracks usually are, where we store our machines. And then this is where the work equipment shop is, where they work on our machines. They'll still do some switching there in those tracks, but it's more of a side now than anything. Like, you got the main, which is right there. You can kind of see like the old passenger cars that the Prestige owns there too, and they actually turned a couple of them into hotel rooms, which is kind of neat. But right there would be the siding. They still kind of use that as a yard track, I think, but other than that, that's pretty well all that really goes on there now. Make sure plane hasn't started doing any weird things yet. I'm surprised they don't. X-Plane does. At least I'm pretty sure X-Plane does. So you think MSFS could have done the same thing too, because then you'd have a little bit more to look at as far as like even VFR navigation stuff using the tracks is another thing as well too. Like, kind of surprised that nobody's has even come up with an add-in for that, like how they've come up with the power lines mod and stuff. I'm surprised no one's come up with something for that yet. It'd be nice if they did. Maybe in a new sim that'll be there as an option. Because like obviously if the roads and stuff are there, then the data's there for it, because Google Maps has the data, so you think Bing would too, for what would be tracks and stuff. Alright, so what we're going to do is we'll follow the tracks, and then we'll see if we can track down some of the scenery closer to like Fort Steele. Fort Steele's a really nice area, IRL. Alright, so that's the track there, because I recognize this area. That is... what's the name for it again? There's a name for it there, but I can't remember what it is offhand now. North Star, that's what it's called. North Star is the area there. That's a resort there. This was actually one of the areas that was actually on fire this year. This is Riley. This is a nice spot too, especially when you drive in there. Don't remember the track going west like that though. Maybe it does, because it starts looping around here again, I think. Because Fort Steele should be off over that direction. I don't remember the track being that close to Forts, or close to the airport though. Pretty sure the track stays close to the river, so maybe that's something else then. Completely went off on a tangent. Now we're not even flying where I was planning on going yet. No, Johnny FP, I never do. Most of my work is driving, and I might take a flight. I might fly to Cranbrook from Vancouver sometimes in the winter if the roads are bad, or fly to Calgary and then to Cranbrook or something too, but that's it. I think I'm looking at the wrong line for the tracks, actually. Sometimes my drive home on Monday. Was it Monday? Yeah, my drive home on Monday was 12-hour drive because I drove home from Calgary, actually. I was looking at the wrong line for the tracks, I think. I think that solid black line is the tracks instead. Yeah, because there's the bridge that goes over to Fort Steele, so I think. Might be wrong. That's the junction for the highway. Posted them in Discord. Thanks, House. I'll take a look at them. See if I can find Fort Steele. Okay, so that's the junction. So that's Highway 95, 93 going north. You could drive one end of the UK to the other in 12 hours. Yeah. It gets to be long sometimes. Coming home the other day didn't seem too bad, but I think it's because it's fall now, so the road wasn't too bad. It was a little bit quieter. Summertime, it's terrible though, but the construction going on through Kicking Horse Pass, where they're twinning the highway, making it 4 lanes, it's slowing things down a lot. One road in Canada? No, there's more lots. Okay, that's Old Fort Steele. Alright, I know where we are now. There's the track. There's the Y, there's the junction going up the Windermere sub and going east still on the Cranbrook sub. Yeah, there's the Y. So there's actually another yard here, but it's only like 3 tracks, I think. You got the main, and then you got track 1, track 2, and track 3 there. You can kind of see it a little bit, actually. Yeah, there's the yard. You can see where a coal train will be parked, kind of in the scenery there. Yeah, why? Yeah, so that's the Fort Steele yard. This is kind of where you see like a lot of clay and stuff, but in the scenery here, it looks a little bit different than it does IRL. Nah, it's not work. Let me look. I missed your first message there. 4 hours to Oregon border, 8 hours to San Diego, Mexico border. Yeah. Wondering, should you have breakfast in Vancouver, go golf in St. John's, lunch in Montreal, head to the theater in Toronto, dinner in Yellowknife, and then back to your hotel? That'd be a lot of traveling. All right, let's get back to following the highway. You live near London and traffic usually causes long drives home. Yeah. Vancouver was like that when I was working down in Surrey for a couple years, running the facility there for the railway. For something that should only be like a 30-minute drive, because of the traffic and the people driving slower than what they need to be, it always ended up being like an hour and a half drive each way. So I spent 3 hours on the road basically going to work for something that was like 40 kilometers away, I think. Mike from Canmore. All right, so there's the Crowsnest Highway again, so we'll keep following that. Oh crap, I haven't changed tanks. I've used a lot of fuel already, doing circles around Cranbrook. Yeah, do you know Bob? Do you know Bob from Calgary? All Canadians cousins. Not likely. It's even a long drive down to Portland from here to house. I'm trying to remember how long it was when I went last time. Had to have been at least 12 hours, I think. Probably the same as like driving to Calgary. But I remember along I-5, like going into Portland, it was just a gong show. 10 miles per hour, stop and go. Yeah, I've heard the 401 can be pretty nuts too. I worked with some contractors that have worked out there, and they said that it's kind of nuts. But they said it's the way it works though too is kind of strange. Like I didn't know there was like the, are they called collection lanes? Lanes where you end up going into or whatever ahead of time to get in certain exits and stuff. That's what it was, yeah. It's like the Dan Ryan. Last time I've been out that far, like out to Ontario or like Toronto or Niagara Falls, would have been like probably the mid to late 80s, I think. I think it's gonna get dark in the sim before we finish this flight. Yeah, when I was a kid. That would have been a family trip that we took out there. Probably a little while before my mom passed away, actually. It was one of the last trips that we took with her. So it would have been probably like 86, 87, I think. Yeah, I wouldn't have the patience to drive into traffic down their house. I remember when I was down there last September for 2 days, I was going nuts when we landed at LAX and we drove up to Mojave and then back the next, actually, yeah, it was the next day because we stayed close to the airport the last night that we were there. I hated it. I'd be quite happy not going down there again, or at least for a long period of time. I guess I wouldn't mind visiting again at some point, but be down there on like a timeline or a schedule, I don't think I could do it again. You call it state prisons. The traffic lights don't really help the traffic, yeah. We used to have that too at some of the on ramps here in Vancouver too, and they got rid of them actually. Around Brunette Avenue, there used to be some lights there for getting on the highway. They got rid of them. PCH is a pretty drive. In Michigan, you turn right to go left. Or you go right to turn left. We went to Michigan around that time too, because I remember seeing the Mackinac Bridge and being around there because we took a detour, went down through North Dakota, and through Michigan, and then back up to go to Halifax too when I was younger. Just to avoid going through like Manitoba and stuff. Alright, so there's the highway right over a town called Elko right now. Pretty well. Actually, this might be Jaffrey. There's a station on the line, on the rail line along here called Waldo. So everybody makes the joke, where's Waldo? Trying to find it. World's longest Porsche. Yeah, there's a YouTube channel that was doing some driving down along that highway recently, house. But I guess it's been hard to find spots lately for camping along there though, so they just kind of ditched that idea and started going elsewhere instead. I think they went back farther inland actually. I'm pretty sure that was Jaffrey because Elko's a little bit farther southeast still, or ahead of us still. But you don't realize how wide this valley is when you're actually driving down there. No POIs in Wisconsin for the sim. Sojourn. That's what I do for most of my flights. Ascend to gravity. Like when I was choosing flights for the Sunday fly-alongs before, like I haven't been doing that much lately because sim hasn't asked me anymore to do them or anything like that. Except for one a few weeks ago, I think. That's all I used to, I never used to look for the POIs. I used to just try to find nice areas to fly where it was nice scenery, and that was it for the most part, usually. I tried to keep it simple so that it was more relaxing and not having to go through the map, selecting like 15 POIs and having to stop at each one of them and stuff too. And I've actually had some nice flights that we picked during those fly-alongs without any POIs. There was one I remember doing in Colombia. I think I remember coming up over this mountain and it opened up to where it was like this flooded man-made lake with a bunch of little islands and stuff. I remember that was like one of the nicest flights that I remember doing in the sim. Cool spun dot. I'm sure your flight will be good still, ascended gravity. I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to make it for Sunday because I have some family that's going to be around too, so I'm pretty sure I'll be there, but there's a chance I might not, depending on what their plans are. It's on Peter's channel, a little less pressure. I don't know, Peter is pretty picky. Or can be. Can be demanding sometimes. Now we're over Elko. How's your night going, Spondot? Find a tail dragon, or the tail dragon version for the first time in this plane. You can swim, Peter, easier than sim. Alright, make a quick turn to the north to keep following the highway. Meanwhile, I'm climbing again. Just finished washing the dinner dishes. Hubby has settled down to watch Thursday Night Football. And you're here watching me. Well, thank you for watching. Hope you're having a good night, though. Sounds like you are. There we go. Ah, crap, I missed it again. There we go, now it's inhibited. I think I turned too far back again. Oh crap, we're climbing again. Keep doing that. Whenever I go to turn, I keep pulling back on the stick. Turned too far, too soon. I want to go this way. Wonder how Fernie's gonna look in the sim. Alright, so we want to follow the highway. Still, there's the tracks too. So we want to turn to the north here now, actually, where the valley narrows. We're probably gonna have to climb at least until we get closer to Fernie, or weave through the valley. Make it interesting. There's the highway. There's the siding for Elko. That's where the siding ends. Now I know where I am again. Make it easier for you to jump. If you end up jumping, we'll get one of the coal trains to stop and pick you up. Take you back to Cranbrook. Oh yeah, the jettison does. Yeah, it does jettison. I'll show you when we got closer to the destination, Spundot, if you're here still. If I do it right now, it'll be a little bit loud. But yeah, it does work. House. Yeah, that was a couple of streams ago that I did that, wasn't it? Or was it the other day? Yeah, this actually looks a lot better than the Trans-Canada Highway does as far as the scenery. It actually looks pretty good here. Yeah, that's right. If this looks like this, I have hopes that the Frank slide's gonna look good. Possibly gonna have to roll the time back a little bit. Or we could always put it to where we get a sunrise too. Yeah, don't let me forget, when we get to Pincher Creek, I'll pull the handle there and show you. I haven't watched any of the football yet this year. Or this season, I mean. I used to have it on in the background all the time, but I don't have a TV in this room anymore. Moved it to my bedroom. I wish you could set a time of day and just have it stay at that time instead of the clock rolling still. Because if I could keep it like this for the rest of the flight, I'd be happy. Or just a little bit lighter, maybe. This is Fernie, I believe. Yeah, it's gotta be. Because there's the bridge crossing the river at the west end of town, and then the river's on the north from there on. Or I guess right now it'd be on the west side of the town, but it stays to the north or the west of the highway, though. Fernie's a nice place to visit. It's more like a little kind of resort town or little resort city, but it's a nice place, though. Oh, never mind, the highway does cross back over to the other side. I forgot about that. That looks like a campground. That's where home, hardware, and the industrial area is. Look at the mountains. Like, look at the Rockies actually look really good here right now. I should have saved this for a Sunday fly or flight. Whenever Sim decides that he wants to do another tour or something for Canada. Could always do this flight again though. I haven't watched golf much lately either. I haven't watched much golf in probably 2 years now. I went to the driving range this morning for the first time in a long time. Yeah, we're gonna have to do this flight again. I went curling once when I was in middle school. And the first time I tried to do anything, I fell back, spoke my head on the ice, and that was it. I was done. I'm like, screw this, I'm not doing this again. I never watch curling. I find that boring. That's funny, wormhole. Alright, we're gonna have to roll the time back. It's gonna be dark quick. There we go. That should work. I used to put it on a lot in the background, spun out when I was like cleaning up and stuff, just to kind of listen more than anything. But I would sit down and watch, usually Sunday, like day 4 or whatever. I'd usually watch that more than anything. But the other days I just put it on in the background for more just background noise. I think I got rid of the sports channels too, actually. I might have TSN, which is our version of SPN. Watch highlights when... That's it, though. I haven't even watched that much lately either. I don't even have it hooked up, to be honest, right now. I'm using the cable. The network cable that usually goes to the receiver box for my computer now. This looks like it's Sparwood that we're coming up to now. Sparwood's got a bit of yard too, but not as big as Cranbrook or Fort Steele. As you can see the track right there actually. And this is the highway. Sparwood's a big town that has a lot of mines around it. So it's a big mining community more than anything. Coal mines. That's the highway that goes up to Alberta. That's where we're gonna end up going. This takes us north up the Elk Valley, I think it's called. There's actually a little airstrip here too that we could have taken off from, but I just decided to keep on starting in Cranbrook instead. I think I might not have rolled the time back enough. We should actually climb, then we can take a look at the... see if we can see if the coal mines show up in the scenery. Yeah, it's connected by railway spun-dot. This track going up here is called the Ford and River Sub. So this goes up to, I think it's 3 mines that run up this line. This line is a dead end, but when you go back down to Sparwood is where it connects back to the main line, or the south end of the CP Rail's line that runs out to Alberta actually, and then down to the border with the US. There's the little airstrip. It spells no. That's a big jump. Holy crap. Well, our fuel tanks are almost balanced again. Did I ever check that out? Alright, we could have gone farther up there, but thinking it's probably going to be covered by a lot of trees in the sim. Nah, Spun-Dot, it's just left and right tanks, so you gotta remember to switch it back and forth once in a while. I get forgetful of that, and there'll be lots of times where I wait a long time before I change it again. I've been trying to do better with that though too, for switching like every 15 minutes, but I keep forgetting to start a timer to remind me though. There's one of the coal mines. So it shows up more brown than anything. Kind of wish it had like an auto switch because I forget a lot. Kind of like the Warrior has that feature where it switches tanks automatically. Yeah, so that's one of the mines. You can actually see the kind of terrain for it too, actually. It's kind of neat. Yeah, if you do it enough though, you probably get in the habit of it though, I would think. I'm gonna remember when I'm not distracted by anything, but like when I'm doing this or or like on Sundays, I get distracted really easy and forget to do it. No, down here, how center of gravity, it's all CP or guess CPKC now. Once you get up around Kamloops, CN. Oh, around there? Okay, yeah, sorry, I didn't catch what you meant there, but now I understand. Yeah, I gotta start remembering to do that too, Spundot. All right, Johnny FP, good seeing you and good talking to you. Have a good night, and we'll see you later. All right, I think we'll drop back down again. Yeah, CN was pretty big down there actually too. I didn't realize that until the whole stuff came up with the KCS purchase and stuff. CP had a fair bit of track down there too before even buying KCS though too, because I know they had track in Illinois and Minnesota as well too. Yeah, they are nice. The only thing I'm noticing there though, at least on that one mountain, is you're starting to get the Minecraft textures, but we didn't have any of that farther back though. But it's surprising, like looking at the terrain in the sim, like when you're driving through their IRL, like you have no idea, like some of this is there, like there you kind of got that bit of a bowl. Never had any idea that that was even there. We're pretty well right at the border for Alberta and BC now, because that's Crowsnest Lake right there, I think. That's where you learn this, that CN spells no. Now we're in Alberta. So this valley, I think, opens up quite a bit once you get closer to like Pincher Creek, where the Rockies end and the foothills start. Kind of like what you'd see around like Denver and that, I think. 'Cause I think Denver would be kind of in the foothills of the Rockies too, and down in Colorado. Thinking the Frank slide should look pretty good, actually. Judging by how everything kind of looks here right now, it should be depicted pretty well. This flight ended up being a lot longer than I thought it was going to be. All that circling back around Cranbrook actually made it quite a bit longer. So this, I'm pretty sure, is the town of Frank that we just flown over. Or it might be Coleman. Coleman and Frank kind of blend together, I think. There's the slide. All right, let's pause. So it actually shows up pretty good in the ortho. Yeah, this is it, house. Let's pause that. Actually, crap, it didn't pause. There we go. I'm gonna mute the sim sounds and we'll go take a quick look outside, actually. Roll the time back too. Yeah, pretty big chunk of it came down for sure. Let's speed it up a little bit. No, this was back in the early 1900s, spun out. I think it was like 1906, I think it happened. It was a long time ago. $1903. Thanks, house. So when Canada was a teenager, yeah. But look how far it reached, though. Like all that debris came down this far. And it buried a good part of the town that was there. Like this is where the town of Frank used to be until they moved it farther west, I think it was. Or is this it actually? And the sim looks like the town is maybe not. I thought that was water. But yeah, look, I mean, just looking at it, like the pictures look even better in Google, but just seeing how it looks here is just gives you a good idea of how big it actually was. Yeah, they moved the townhouse. Yeah, it was a landslide. See if I can. I googled it earlier today again to try to refresh my memory on it a little bit. If you go to this website too, they have a lot of information on it there also because they got a tourist center now that has a lot of info on it. But yeah, Wiki has a lot of information on it too, actually. By just being down to like the level of the road. Oh, that kind of gives you the scale of it a little bit. Yeah, it does. It's crazy how well it actually looks in the sim. What's with the blue there? That's weird. Yeah, that two house, it went up the opposite side. That's right. I think we might have done this on a Sunday fly along, actually. I remember looking at it before, so we might have done it then. House. Looks like Tranquility Base. I'll have to take a look at that. Yeah, that's neat that it actually shows up in the imagery, like all the rock and stuff. I don't know why they never made this a POI. This is something that you think should be a POI in a sim instead of like a hotel and arena in some cities. Hello, Peaches the Burb. Yeah, exactly. But not like all they got to do is put the way you call it the icon in the menu or in the map or whatever, and they're done. Yeah, the pin. That's all they got to do. If they do another world update, I'll have to suggest that. All right, we should probably get going again. I can see you're looking at that quite a bit, actually. See what it looks like from the top. Hello, flight level Riz. How's it going, Riz? Wow. God, wormhole. I would say no. Yeah, 3 days. That's a lot back for back then. That's fast, considering what they would have had to work with compared to now. Okay, just got home from work, got wings on the way. That's good. All right, we should get back into playing again. I gotta set up key bindings for this. All right, where's the sim sounds? There they are. Oh, she switched tanks. Raiden Lenius, thank you for the fall. Hopefully I said your name right. Didn't show up in the chat this time. Usually it shows up in the chat. Pinch or creep, but we're almost getting to the end of the flight, actually. So... Charlie Zulu... Papa Charlie is where we're close to and where we're going to be landing at, actually. But we might, actually, if you load in there, we might even go a little bit farther. I'll probably go as far as... We'll extend the flight. We'll go to Lethbridge like we were talking about doing. No, we'll keep on going. If you want to join in, I'll keep on going. I can go for a little while longer. I'm not in a hurry to end it or anything. I'm really not sure. Flight level is. I never really decided when I was going to end or anything. Are you thinking of joining in for a little bit or something? Possibly have to eat. Okay. I might still be going. My dinner's not gonna be ready for a while, so I got time. Fly the F4 then. Alright, there's the highway still. Oh, we're climbing again. Wow, it's hazy out here. Your way, the highway. It's my way, or the highway. Look at the wind turbines. I could never be bothered enough to learn French. I took French for half a year in grade 8. Then after that, I'm like, no, I'm done. Never used it anyways. I think I'll land here quickly and we'll wait for Raiden to join in. Then we'll take off again, then I can fuel up again. Wow, those windmills and the prop are kind of messing with me a little bit. All right, where's the airstrip? Oh. I was way off. I wasn't even on. I turned my. Made my turn to final way too soon. Oh. There it is. Should have just looked for the beacon. Oh! Oh yeah, I forgot I'm flying a tail dragger. Oh god. Oh. No, don't go over. Damn. Yeah. I forgot you almost had to be at like stall speeds when you land a tail dragger too. Hello, Agent B7. My landing's normally better than that, but yeah, that was not something I was happy with. think I should have kept flying the other version instead that I'm used to flying. Feels a little windy here. But you kind of expect that for where we are. So my guess is Lethbridge isn't going to be much better either for that. Oh. I hope the next one goes better than that. I have to remind myself what plane I'm flying. Yeah, it wasn't much of a landing attempt though, was it? Yeah. I was not ready for that. Should have gone back and tried it again, actually. Hey, why are we not moving? The definition of insanity. You're welcome for the shout out. Alright, let's... What are the winds doing here, actually? Doesn't help that I landed in upwind as well, too. Not that it would have made a difference, I still butchered that. I don't have the info command to Braden, I just have the... I don't have that version of flow. So I just have the route command. But I didn't update it for where we're gonna be going to though, I just... Charlie Zulu Papa Charlie is where we're at right now, so we're just gonna carry on to Lethbridge from here. Gotta update that though. Let's change that. Alright, that's updated now. So there's the update. Oh, crap, what a space in it. There we go, that's better. And we're on the West USA server too, just in case you're wondering. I put that in the stream title usually. Can hear the wind. Oh yeah, 250 at 26, gust in 36. Wonder what it's like at Lethbridge. Oh, the winds at Lethbridge are going to be less when we land, at least. Did I switch the multiplayer back on? I might not have. Crap, I had it off the whole time. There we go, now it's back on. Make sure I'm on the right server, and I am. I had it off earlier because I was doing some flying and getting recording some of it to kind of do like an intro video in the stream. I should probably get that upgraded version of Flow. I like it. It's one of the planes I fly the most out of all of them. For me, I used to fly the Warrior a lot, but now it's more the Cessna 172 and this, but I fly this more than the 172 usually. For GA stuff, anyways. See you, house. Have a good night. I never got the bush wheel package yet. I do like the 172 from WB Sim though, because I like the extra stuff that's added into it compared to the default version. That WB Sim version though, that Skipper Jeff was part of, the extra stuff that they've added into it is really nice though for when you're flying it. Not yet, Spud Not. I keep forgetting to get that actually. Now that I have a piece of paper, I'll have to write that down and remind myself to get it. I know you mentioned it to me before, but I keep forgetting about it. There we go, now I got it written down. I won't forget this time. I've been making a list of stuff that I need to get for the sim now, so I added that to it. It's got a bigger engine like Peter's A5. I notice when Peter's flying the A5, it seems really unstable when he's using it. Like today when he was taxiing, he was tipping all over the place in it. What am I cruising at in this? Usually around 140 indicated, I think is what I'm normally at. I think. I'll have to double check. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's usually like 140, 150 that I'm usually cruising at. Sometimes I'll pull it back and I'll be doing like 120, 130 indicator or something, but usually I'll be around 140, 150. I think we'll give ourselves a sunrise. It's dead now. If you end up picking something that's a little bit slower, like even the 172, and you're only doing like 110, I'll pull the power back. I'm fine doing that as well too. So that anybody can fly whatever they want, and I'll pull the power back for them to keep up. I'm good doing that. Pretty sure the music's louder tonight, so I turned it down a little bit more. You're using the 182? Okay. One thing I gotta do too is start looking at the .to and checking out sceneries and stuff before I do some flying. Were you flying in the Baron again today, Spundot? Or no, you're in the RV-14, never mind. Duh. Columbia River Bush trip? Okay, I'll check that out too. Baron is still in repairs after Tuesday. I wonder why the landing gear stopped working on it. That's weird that it wouldn't go down for you. I like the RV-14 because the speeds are kind of comparable to that. To the speeds of a Baron too, which is one reason why I like it. And it's fast for climbing and fast for descending. Short takeoffs in it too. Should have stuck to the trike version though instead of flying the tail dragger today though. I just need to remember next time that I'm flying the tail dragger and remember to slow down more. Not hit the brakes as quick either. And not bounce it. That's weird. But at least you found out what it was, though. That's good. I've never heard of that happening before. Thinking maybe I'll change the winds to calm. I don't want to though, because then that's going to change the other conditions. That's really bizarre. Obviously it wasn't like another key binding or anything either, was it? Are you using the Alpha 2 for your yoke, or are you using a different joystick for that? The only time I ever had an issue with the Bravo with the landing gear lever would have been in 737 because you put the lever up and it's like it just keeps doing its twitching. Yeah, so if a reboot and the computer fixed it, then it wouldn't be a keybind, and then that's weird. I wonder if anybody else has had that problem. See, that's even weirder. Huh. Well, hopefully it doesn't happen again. Look at that, there's a Lethbridge Airport. Wonder if Pincher Creek's in here too then. Oh, typed it wrong. Nope, no Pincher Creek. Well, I wouldn't say it's embarrassing. It's just more crappy for you to have that happen though when you're flying along with other people. I wouldn't be embarrassed for that though. I'd be embarrassed with my landing that I had tonight, but and the one that I had going into Vegas last time. Vegas, Melvin Leroy was watching that too. Hello, Melvin Leroy. I always have good landings when I'm not streaming, but when I'm streaming, I get distracted too easy, and my landings are terrible. I gotta work on the distractions. What I should do is minimize the chat when I'm landing or taking off, then the distraction's not there anymore. Stuff happens, yeah, but way too much when it's me doing it. What airport's north of us? Oh. Cowley? It does always happen when you don't want it to. Oh, there he is. Alright, so we'll take off in the correct direction for the winds this time. I'll take off to the west and then we'll make a turn. We'll do a left downwind departure and head east. Keep following the highway. Oh, there's my chair creaking. Damn, I need a new chair. All right, you ready to go, Braden? I am all set. You are? Okay. I gotta fly the tail draggers more too to get better at landing them again. I don't think Panic at the Disco. Next. There we go, that's better. I think I prefer the tricycle gear instead, spun dot. But I also don't fly these enough though either to get used to the tail dragger version of it. So if I flew it more, then maybe my opinion might be a little bit different. It's definitely different in how it handles even on the ground too. Alright, let's go. I used to fly the Carbon Cub a lot when the sim first came out, because it was only the tail dragger version then, and I was kind of getting used to it, but then I started flying some different planes then after that, so I never flown it a whole lot. Here. Well, this feels different than the Carbon Cub 2 though. Carbon Cub, I've been able to take it off a little bit easier than that too in the past. If I fly this more over the next couple weeks, I'll let you know what my opinion is after that. But so far, I like the trike better though. Really hazy. Alright, there's the highway. I gotta read up on this play more too. Just to teach myself what the correct procedures are for things and things like that too. Climb too high. I only want to go up to 5,500. So we'll drop back down a little bit. Alright, so there's the highway. So the direction of the wind's right now at Lethbridge, we'll probably plan on runway 31 for going in unless it changes by then. Right now they're still showing 310 at 10 knots. But we still have a little bit of time before we get there. If we were to go direct right now, it'd be around 40 miles, but if we follow the highway, it's going to be longer than that. It's probably going to be more like 50. What we could do too when we get to Lethbridge is we could always head north from there, go up to Calgary and land at Springbank Airport, which is just on the west side of the city too. Alright, let's pull the speed back a little bit. Can't remember how fast the 182 goes. Last time I used one of those would have been in X-Plane. You're cruising at 148? Okay. Thanks for flying along. I am from the West Coast. I'm from the Fraser Valley. The one flight I like doing on Vancouver Island quite a bit, going from Victoria over towards Tofino. That's a nice flight. I'll have to do that one again soon too. I haven't done that one for a while now, I don't think. Perfect. Yeah, we could do that too, actually. I haven't done too much flying in float planes on this stream anyways. Use them sometimes on other people's streams or other flights. I'm terrible at landing them though. So that's Fort McLeod just up ahead. So we want to keep on going east. If we were to head north from here, we'd be going right up to Calgary, but we'll keep on going to Lethbridge and then we'll head north from there instead. Kind of up through, over top of like Aldersyde, and there's a town called Vulcan up there too. So we can fly over that, see if there's anything there actually. Yeah, if I do another stream around this time of the night, we'll do a flight on Vancouver Island then. Usually it's a little bit earlier that I stream on my days off, usually like around 1 p.m. I'll start, but if we do something later in the night, like tonight, we'll do that. Should have stopped and grabbed a drink for a bit. Got to get up and get one. Sorry about that, Braden. Hopefully they get that figured out soon with the CATDs that people have been happening, but thanks for trying to fly along though. Hopefully they put out a patch for that soon because it's been happening to a lot of people. Even when I first started stream today, right when I was about to start, sim crashed, and then I got lucky that it hasn't happened again though. But it's been happening a lot to people lately. Forgot that it was divided highway down there. Must be because the Highway 2 from Calgary meets up with it and then carries on to Lethbridge. I haven't been to Lethbridge in years. How's your night going, Melvin Leroy? Trying to follow around on the iPad with Navigraph is kind of hard. I wish the map didn't turn like it does. Oh, they switch tanks. Oh, line lights can come off for now. The left bridge is just over 3,000 feet for its elevation, so pattern altitude be 4,000 then. The wind still haven't shifted yet, at least in Navigraph it's not showing that for the METAR, so we should good in the sim then too for that. Well, what we should do is go down and see if the bridge shows up in the sim. I think it might have been a POI actually. That's the junction there, I think, for the Alderside sub. So that means Keith Yard should be right around here somewhere. I might not have been at that. I might have been a branch line. So far, K thinks by I think I like the tricycle gear better, but that's just because I'm terrible at landing this. If I fly this more, my opinion might change. I'll try to fly more over the next few weeks, actually. We drifted away from the highway. Let's get back with the highway. I just figured you'd ask me again. Troll. That's something I would do. Yeah, I don't fly them much in MSFS Peaches, the bird. I used to fly the Carbon Cup once in a while, but I haven't touched them lately at all. This is like the first time flying a tail dragger in probably well over a year now. My way or the highway. Alright, that's the airport over there. There's the bridge. That's the CP rail bridge that goes over the river. The year that I started, we were working out there, and I used to throw joint bars off the side and lining bars and things. A lot of the guys used to do that just to see how, just to watch them drop. Yeah, I gotta get that too, Spun Dot. I keep forgetting about that one also. It reminded me this morning when I was watching Peter flying with it. Or this afternoon, I mean. So, let's see if I can find the bridge in Google. Okay, thanks, bye. So that's the Lethbridge Viaduct there, or the CP Rail Bridge. Ah, it's Bean Daddy again. I thought it was, almost thought it was Moet for a second. So this is actually a POI in the sim. Pretty sure we did a fly along here on Sunday, checking it out actually. Or on a Sunday, I mean. Alright, let's keep on going. You see me on top of the bridge in that pic. Yeah, it's pretty big. Can't remember exactly what it said when I read up on it, but there's some history behind it though too. Time is at 6:54. Well, I'm going to take the fly up to Calgary from here. Welcome, Brown. Thank you for the follow. Let me guess. They said no. Glider pilots in an A310. Not that glider. You live in Alberta? Nice. I like Alberta. I just don't like the storms in the thun time or in the summertime. The thunder time. I'm from Saskatchewan originally, but I live in BC now. That's funny, Spun Dot. But also a good memory though too. From Ontario, you only been here for 5 months. Gotta move back to Ontario though. Okay, thanks, bye. Yeah, let's head north up to Calgary. We'll fly along the foothills. There's the Rockies in the distance now. I'm not gonna bother landing, we'll just keep on going. Sometimes just thinking about that too, but I can't remember what I was gonna say now. Oh, Fresno Jay that comes around once in a while to SimStream. He's been here a couple times too. He I'm not sure if he still does, but I think he used to run a steam locomotive for what was it, for one of those tourist trains, I think, or something like that, I think. Can't remember for sure where it was or what it was or anything like that, but I remember he was talking about it one day, though. If he comes around, we'll have to ask him again about that. He was talking about it one day in Mustafa's stream when we were doing Railroads Online on one of the Saturdays. Would have been right around a month ago, I think, actually. The mic is messing with me again. It's delayed. Let's see if that fixes it now. That should do it. There it is. That's better. Lithgow zigzag. That looks like it would have been nice. Oh. Oh, I need a new chair bad. My butt's getting sore. The Great Zigzag. I'm in the Fraser Valley, so just a little east of Vancouver then, Lower Mainland area, I guess. Yeah, switch back up a mountain on the line like that would have been really neat to see. Got into Port Coquitlam in 2 weeks for work. What do you do for work, if you don't mind me asking? Ah, so you must get to travel quite a bit then for something like that. That sounds pretty interesting, actually. Well, we were chasing... When did I start? 3 hours ago? We kind of branched off and kind of checked out a couple of different things, but yeah, we've been flying along for 3 hours now, but now we're going to start following a different highway going north up to Calgary. We're going to get off the Crowsnest Highway, which is Highway 3, and start heading north instead of up Highway 2, which is the QE, or the Queen Elizabeth Highway, I think they call it out there. Yeah, it sounds like it is Token Brown. I've seen your name around other streams. I just can't remember what streams it would have been, though. But I know I've seen a name before. Yeah, kind of multiple legs. Well, it was supposed to only be one leg. We were only going to go from Cranbrook to Pincher Creek. Then after we got to Pincher Creek, I decided to keep on going on the Lethbridge, and then now we decided to go up to Calgary from Lethbridge. So this will be like the third leg now. Yeah, probably Sim Caesars. That sounds about right, Token Brown. was pretty sure that's probably what it was, but I just couldn't remember for sure. Endo Can Do, I've been there a few times, but I don't catch the stream as often as I would like, but I do get in there once in a while though. But yeah, Sim Caesars probably would have been the one for sure then. Because he's not around tonight. That's the reason why I took the opportunity to stream tonight, just because I finally had the time for a change. Well, I'd stream on my regular days still too, but figured with him not being here, I could get an extra stream in too. Otherwise, normally I'd be there watching his if he was on tonight. Let's see if we still got our... Yeah, Wing Daddy's still there. Yeah, it has been, but thanks, Token Brown. Thanks for coming by tonight too. What Can Do actually raided us a couple days ago. Actually, no, it was last night. Yeah, it was last night that he raided us. Or was it Monday? I can't remember now. All the days are kind of blending together a little bit. Alright, there's the junction for the QE2 to start going north towards Calgary, so we'll start following that highway. Yeah, it had to have been last night. Yeah, it was yesterday, that's right. I didn't know that about the scenery. That's cool. Yeah, he is a good guy. Wow, that actually looks... I'm looking at the pictures right now. Actually, no, that wasn't the... This is the highway for the Elder side is what we're... I wanted to keep on going, actually. That's the wrong junction. QE2 is closer to the left. I mean, is right where Fort McLeod is. That's right. Actually, no, this is right. We're going to go up this way because I wanted to fly over Vulcan. For the Star Trek fans. Mount Hood National Forest. Wow. Look at the pic. The camping trailers and everything. That's pretty... That's crazy. I'll have to get that. Thanks for sharing the link. The lodge. I mean, they're... Wow. Even all the ground textures and everything too, like the plants and everything, like just... They did a good job on that. Oh, we were climbing again. Working on some others, that's cool. 35 knot crosswind right now. That explains the crab. There's the tracks. There's the highway, even though it looks like it's green. Let's see if I can find... This is going to be one of the next towns we're going to be flying over top of. I don't know why it separated part of that link. So you might have to copy and paste it instead of just clicking on it to see what we're actually going to be flying over. Yeah, that's weird. That wind is really pushing us. I can't remember what town this is that we're coming up on, but it's not Vulcan though. Vulcan's got an airstrip there too, actually. Pretty sure that's the highway still. Not green anymore though, so it's hard to tell. That should be it though. If we stay along the tracks too, we'll find it still too, because the tracks run through there. Oh, you're in the DA62 today. I don't remember what you were in yesterday. You were either in the TBM or King Air, I think. Might have been a private pilot that was in the King Air last night, actually. Ah, so I was right. Okay. Good to see you again, though. Should be getting close to there. I think once we head north of Vulcan and up to the next highway junction, we'll head over towards High River and head up north that way from High River. Over Pocatokes and places like that too. We are just gonna head up to Calgary, so we're not gonna land at YYC, but we'll land at Springbank Airport, which is just on the west end of the city. I never updated the command for it because this is kind of like a last minute decision just to keep on going up there, but the ICAO for there is Charlie Yankee Bravo Whiskey. Yeah, I was only planning on being on for like one short leg, and that was it. I was only going to do like maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours at the most, and that was it, but we're still going. I was going to try to take care of some other stuff tonight too, but I'm just like, screw it. We'll keep on going with it. There's always tomorrow morning. I got a few days till I head back to work on Tuesday, so I got some days to get stuff done still. I do. I've been flying GA more lately just because people seem to like to fly along with it more, but I do fly the 737 or the fly-by-wire once in a while. I was starting to get back into flying the Airbus stuff because I wasn't using that for the longest time since, I don't know, probably like 4 years ago, an X-plane, I think. I'll probably do a flight in the fly-by-wire probably. I was actually thinking about doing it tomorrow when I was debating what to do last night for Friday. So I might do some flying in this tomorrow still, like down around the Badlands of Utah, and then we'll probably do a flight in the fly-by-wire. Yeah, between the 777 and the 737 MAX. Is there a 737 MAX in this sim? Or is that just the one in X-plane? So I think that's Vulcan kind of up ahead there. I think that's where it is. There's a bunch of little airstrips around here, like Vulcan Wild Rose, Vulcan Agro. But Vulcan, I think, is farther up still. That's it there, I'm pretty sure. It's just a small town, but it's nothing special to look at. But Just remember staying there for work one time, and I remember they had a sign on the door saying of the hotel room or the motel room saying keep the door closed because you'll let mice in. Yeah, the closest thing not to 777 yet would have been the 757, I think, in X-Plane. I can't remember if I had one of the other ones at all from. I never had much for wide bodies in X-Plane, I don't think. So I gave a Vulcan would have a POI as well too, but they don't put that. That one's not in here either, I don't think. So then they have like a big. I think they actually have like the Enterprise or something like built here or something, sitting up on like a big stand like right off the highway, I think. But it's not there. Actually, hold on, that might have been it in the scenery. Not there. Would have been right where the information center was. I bet you anything, that's probably it right there, but they probably just put that there instead. There's a lot of POIs that they could put into MSFS for Calgary still. Alright, we'll continue north along the highway for a bit still. The junction should be coming up pretty quick though. Should be making a turn kind of like right up where the main road ends there before it goes into a bit more of a dirt road. Well, not really a dirt road, but more of a range road, I guess. I've been debating about getting an X-Plane 12 because I do miss flying the Zeebo mod. Not that I don't have the PMDG and MSFS, but I do miss the Zeebo mod too because there were some things about it that I liked better actually. I don't really feel like installing X-Plane 11 again though. Last time I used it I was having some issues with it actually. Oh, I should switch tanks again. Or sometimes I remember to switch them to spun up, but not very often. Still never started a timer yet. People have different opinions about that Wing Daddy. For me, it's not so much the flight characteristics and stuff. Switch tanks. Some people talk about the flight characteristics being different in X-Plane and stuff, but for me it was more just, I like the menus better in X-Plane with the way they work. But I find in X-Plane I always, other than the last little bit that I was using it, and I'm pretty sure it was a hardware problem on my end, like my hard drive I think was on its way out, an SSD or something I think. I found that X-Plane, I'd have less CTDs in X-Plane and stuff and things like that than I do in MSF, so it just seemed like it was more kind of like a reliable sim to me, I guess, would be the way that I'd put it. And I just like how some of the stuff is already added in to it, like the replay feature and things like that, compared to having to download an add-on for that, or use the janky one in the dev mode that MSFS has. But those were the main things, though, for me. Like, as far as, like, flight dynamics and stuff, whatever, for me, like, I'm not that good of a person to judge that kind of stuff, so for that part of it, for me, it really makes no difference. Yeah, hopefully it will be. Like, I've had pretty good luck with 2020 for the most part. Like, it's only just lately that I've been having some CDDs, and usually it's either right after I install something new. Then the next time I go back in and run the sim again, it's fine. But the last couple months, I've had some really strange things happen where it's almost like I would have like a blue screen of death type thing happen, but it's not an actual blue screen of death. It's just like when I'm running the sim, my PC would just restart. Or sometimes as soon as I start the sim and load into a flight, it'll just close the sim, but I won't get like I won't get an error message or anything. So it's, but the second time I start it, usually it's fine and it runs fine for the rest of the day, or for even like a week or more before I have another problem with it. I think 2024 will be better in the sense that I'm looking forward to having weather radar. That's one thing I missed, and that's one thing I liked about X-Plane was that you had the weather radar in it. So that'll help a little bit for going online and flying like on Pilot Edge and stuff, having that back. So I'm looking forward to that. Because right now I think the only way to see weather is using Navigraph now with the built-in weather feature, but you're kind of, or Sky Vector, but you're kind of hoping that it's showing the same thing that it is in the sim, but you don't really know for sure. It's like when I was going on Pilot Edge more last year, I really got on much in the past year, but last year I would always keep going to custom weather just because I didn't know what it was going to be like flying on there or anything like that with the weather. So I just turned it off so I didn't have to worry about it. That's one thing that's nice about Pilot Edge is you can do that compared to Advanced Sim where you have to fly with live weather. But yeah, it'll be nice having the weather radar back in there though, and I'm hoping that's something that they have in 2024 right away when it comes out. The tornadoes and hurricanes. Yeah, that'll be something different. I don't know if that's something I'm gonna go looking for a whole lot, but it'll be a neat feature in it though. So we got the lake there, and I think High River is just a little bit past that lake. So the highway, I think, kind of jets over a little bit around the lake and then comes back, kind of in line with the rest of it here, and then the QE2 should be not too far up from there where the junction is with High River. Hello, Digi. Look, am I doing scenery dev? I'm doing good. Sucks that you're tired, but hopefully you have a good rest of the night though anyways and get to relax doing your scenery stuff too. I seen you were on last night actually, but you were saying something about not having a mic or something in the stream title. I was looking for a couple minutes while I was making dinner. All I can smell is my soup right now. I'm hungry now. This will be the last flight, I think, when we land at Spring Break. That's gonna. That's a good way of doing it. Still got the people being able to watch, but at least you can just focus on what you're doing too and not have to worry about chat and stuff, I guess. Oh, my next landing goes better. First one wasn't very good in this plane. But so far I've been remembering in my head that I'm flying a tail tracker this time. That's better. Now we're centered again. That's a cool little spot right there. Oh, there's the power lines. Thought I was seeing them flickering in the prop. Plane go burr. Lori. How's it going? Alright, so we're right around High River now, so we will make our turn and start heading north. That's the junction for the highway there. Then we'll keep following that up until we get to Calgary, and then when we get to Calgary where the highway splits apart for Deerfoot Trail and McLeod Trail, we'll start following McLeod Trail up, and that'll take us to the northwest side of the city. Your headphones just weirded out. Hopefully it's not a big issue. Now you can hear now? Okay. That's good. How's your night? How are you? How's it going, Ori? How are you doing? That is kind of neat, isn't it? Spun dot the difference in terrain that you could have in like one area. Really, and really, it's not a big area either. Like it's a pretty small area that we've been flying in. We've been going like back and forth a lot. It seems like did a 12.5-hour shift today. So tired. Good news is that you have 3 days off now. Well, hope you get to enjoy the 3 days then. And hopefully you're not too tired tomorrow to start enjoying them. We got to do some flying in Colorado too, spun dot, to see kind of like the same kind of scenery, but down there instead of up here. But yeah, it is neat that you can look right over too and still see the Rockies like that. I think Colorado, like around Denver and stuff, is like would look pretty similar to this, I would think. A lot of TBM 850 flying tomorrow. Nice. I still haven't picked that up yet. I seen Just Flight sent out an email today saying there was a big update for it too. Alright, so that's Okotoks here. So where the highway splits apart shouldn't be too far ahead then now. What are the winds doing at Springbank right now? Runway 26. I'm pretty sure it said that. I'll double check here actually. There it is. Yeah, major update for Black Squares MSFS TBM 850 it says. Aerodynamics beta and requested features have been added to it apparently. I didn't know it was missing that stuff. I figured it would have had that already. Considering that the default TBM had the beta in it already. That's the exit for going to Okotoks from the north end. Then here's the junction for Highway 2 and 2A. So that's Deerfoot Trail that runs along that way. Then McLeod Trail carries on north in the direction that we're going already, or northwest, I guess. So we'll carry on going this way then. Otherwise, if we're going that way, following Deerfoot, that would take us up to YYC, to the big airport. So Spring Break's elevation is 3,900 feet, so we're pretty low actually. I wonder if we'll be able to see the Olympic Park, where the ski jump and stuff was. It's getting stuttery now a little bit because of that Calgary scenery. That CYYC scenery from, what you call it, from Epsom Studios. It's frame heavy, I've noticed. That, and there's a fair bit of traffic here too, so that probably doesn't help either. Let's turn off the name tag for now, see if that helps. Doubt it. Planes are still there, so it's not gonna matter. Gotta remember when I'm flying in North America to use the North Europe server instead, and then switch to West USA when we're in Europe. That's the mall. So Sarcee Trail should be coming up soon. That we can follow over. Actually, no, we'll just keep going up to 16th Avenue or the. Alright, Bob and Leroy, have a good night, and we'll see you around. I'll probably, if you stream on Saturday, I'll make sure to stop by for a bit. Have fun tomorrow, though, coaching. Yeah, we'll head up to 16th Avenue, which is the Trans-Canada Highway 2. We'll follow that, because the Trans-Canada Highway runs right through Calgary, actually, so we'll follow that out towards Springbank. Then it'll bring us like right there to the airport pretty well. see the Saddle Dome. It's also really cool how you go from the middle of nowhere to flying into a major city like this, but still flying to a smaller airport instead of the bigger international airport. Alright, there's Sarcy Trail, meeting up with 16th Avenue pretty well right there too. Urban Sprawl, yep. That's Foothills Hospital right there, so we're not far from 16th Avenue either. Which means the Olympic Park should be right around here too. Yeah, there's 16th Avenue right there. So the Olympic Park should be... That might be it right there actually, so there's nothing really there to look at. Actually, that might be it there. Maybe that was Foothills Hospital. I can't remember where it was now. Yeah, that's it. That's the Olympic Park. So you can kind of see it, but it's not like it's been put in as a POI or anything, but you can tell where the jump is, or where it's supposed to be. There's Keith Yard, which is the railroad yard for CP heading out of Calgary. It's a small yard, but it's there. Oh, we're getting low. So Springbake should be... I think that's it right there. Yeah, I can see the beacon now, I think. All right, let's see if we can do better this time. Yeah, another POI to suggest. There's a bunch of them. Like, I don't know why some of them they put in, but some of them they didn't. It makes no sense. Some people suggested some really weird ones that have no, like, significant reason to be, like a POI. Thanks, but not. Switch tanks too. And the lights can come on. I was actually almost thinking that I was in the tricycle gear again. Oh god, I'm way low. Well, that was better than the first one, I guess, but still not great. "12.5 hour shift, I would imagine you'd be tired to play that." You're back, Riz. Alright, I think we'll just park on the side of the runway again. There is if I'm gonna stall out and land before the runway. Oh, Wing Daddy's way over there. Okay, we'll move over there then. At least we didn't bounce like we did on the first one. That one, I think I put it down as, I think that was a 3-pointer too when I put that one down. I hope I didn't land on the tail wheel. Hello, Ablars. It's going good. How about you? Where's my switch for the brakes? There it is. Sneeze on forehead. All right, let's get a screenshot quickly. Living a dream, that's good. All right. External view should be good enough this time. Oh. Yeah, that's true too, Ori. I say that when I'm at work. Everybody's like, "Oh, living a dream." I'm like, "Are you sure it's a dream? It's more like a nightmare to me." All right, so there we go. It all depends on. Yeah, lately nothing's really been weird, has it? Sorry, Riz. I know you're thinking of flying along again, but I gotta go get something to eat now. But I will be back on again tomorrow, though. Back at my normal time, 1 p.m. Pacific. And we'll be on for a while still, too, if you wanted to fly along tomorrow. House did suggest some flights, too, in Discord, so I'll take a look at those and see if we do one of those tomorrow, too, actually. I think we'll do 1 or 2 flights in GA, and then we will do a flight in the Fly-by-Wire too. 1 p.m. Pacific tomorrow, Riz, is when I'll start. So I'll be on. When I start at 1 tomorrow, I'll probably be on still till like 5, 6 p.m. like I normally am. I figure. Four p.m. Eastern, yep. Good night, Digi. Or 8:32 Mountain Time, don't ask. Okay. All right, so we'll say a couple quick thank yous here. I'm just going to take a look and see who's on that we can raid to. I hmm. Got a couple choices. All right, so going back to the start of the stream, Wills and Nats came in with the 100-bit cheer. Thanks again for that, Wills. I don't know if you're here still or not, but thanks again for that. Oh, you are here. Okay. I didn't know if you'd be here still. It's been 4 hours now, almost. But thanks again for that. I appreciate that, and I appreciate you hanging around too and lurking and stuff. And Braden, I'm not sure if I'm saying the name right, but Lanius or Lenius, thank you for the follow earlier too, and thanks for trying to fly along. Hopefully your sim doesn't cause another CTT again, but I'm looking forward to flying with you again though. And Token Brown, thanks for the follow again too, and thanks for hanging out, and thanks for sharing the link for the scenery there too. I'll get that installed along with some other things that Spudnot's been suggesting too. And the Columbia River Burst trip too, which I'm pretty sure it was Braden that suggested that also. I'll get that looked at as well. Look, it is good stuff for Twitch. I do a lot of it. I'm not very active in chats, and it's not that I'm not there watching or I don't care. It's just I have a hard time thinking of stuff to talk about in chats now. Some people are really active. Me, I'm not much of somebody to sit there and type messages to and things like that. I like talking and instead of messaging more than anything. But yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. Usual time, 1 p.m. Like I said, the schedule's posted in Discord. I'll post the one at the end of next week for, I guess it'll be November because it's August right or October right now. Holy crap, years going by quick. Thanks for hanging out too, Spawn, and thanks for the suggestions. And actually, I gotta write down the Got Friends thing quickly too before I forget about that. There we go. You just do a stream of conscious stuff. Someone says something that fires off your right mind, and you're off to the races. I'll make sure to have that next time. I'll get it in there for tomorrow, Spun Dot. I'll make sure of it. That's not a bad idea, Riz. I don't think Peter minds typing and Monster either, but me, I'm not much of a typer. That's why I'm not saying as much as both of them in the chats. I used to be a lot more involved before like doing the shouts and stuff, but then when Amy Ann started moderating there for the time that she was there, and then when Peter started doing it afterwards, I'm just like, it's not that I'm not interested in helping with the shoutouts and stuff. It's just we don't need multiple people doing them. So I know they both, while she enjoyed it, I know Peter enjoys doing it. I think Peter, I don't know, Ori. I'm not even thinking about that. I think she just had some stuff going on, and I think that's it. And then she just disappeared. It sucks, but it is what it is. Maybe one day she'll be back. Who knows? But where was I now? Oh yeah, Peter likes. I think for Peter, it's kind of like it's something that keeps him busy too, so that he doesn't. Because I think he doesn't have a lot going on, so I think it's something that he kind of enjoys doing and stuff too. Like almost kind of like it's kind of like a job for him or a hobby. So I'm fine letting him do it. I'm not gonna. I don't feel like I need to make a big deal about it or anything. It's because it's not really. But yeah, I let him if he wants to do the shoutouts. He asked me too a while back. Like he says, "Are you okay if I do the shoutouts?" I'm like, "Yeah, fine. If you want to do them, go ahead. It's not a big deal to me. If you want to do them, it's completely fine." I sit and even though I'm silent in the chat a lot, I'm watching the chat closely because I'm watching for like with Peter keeping himself busy saying hi to people all the time and watching for the shouts and stuff. I'm paying more attention to make sure that we don't get somebody coming in that's causing trouble so I can try to be quick on the ban button or the delete button or the timeout and stuff too so that it doesn't get to be a problem where Sim sees it and is like, oh god, what happened? But he still does that anyways. Not anymore, Riz. It used to happen quite a bit in the past, but lately it's been pretty good. I have a feeling that Twitch has cracked down quite a bit on that actually. Peter's only needs activity. God. I wasn't gonna say that, but yeah, it doesn't happen a lot for Sim. It used to happen quite a bit. maybe like a couple years ago, but the last couple years has been pretty easy though, and I'm pretty sure Twitch has gotten a little bit better with the moderation stuff to catch a lot of that too. And I think Sims added has been using a lot of the tools too in his streams, so it kind of helps catch a lot of that between both his mainstream and the jump seat as well too. So it's good in that sense that it kind of has made it a little bit easier to watch the chat. So like when I'm sitting here doing my paperwork and stuff too for work, like especially when I'm on the road on the phone, I don't feel so bad now if I miss something because the moderation stuff's catching it anyways. So I'm not too worried about being focused on the chat as closely as I used to be. When am I going to do the jump seat? Probably never. I don't think he'll ask me, Wills, and I'm not going to bother. I don't want to beg him to do it either. Like, if he wants me to do it, I'll do it. I'll explain again if it comes down to it, but I'm not going to beg him for it. I'm not going to ask him either. If he already has his... He likes doing the quads, and I think if Austin was able to join him again, he would do it with Austin. I think those are the two people that he wants to do it with, but I'm not gonna ask to do it though. If he wants me to do it, if he wants to ask me to do it, I'll say yes. But yeah, it's not a big deal to me. I'd rather sit there and still hang out and watch and talk. Well, the little bit that I talk anyways and stuff, I enjoy that more. And the PG1 crowd gets rowdy. I've been trying to do better with that. I was getting a little bit carried away with the stuff too, getting a little bit more than PG and stuff, but I've eased up on that again and gotten better again with it. But there's sometimes when Peter says certain things, I'm just like, holy God, Peter, I can't believe you just said that. It's almost kind of like on a borderline where it's not necessarily PG, but it's more PG-13 or higher. Because there's been a few things where Pete has said something and it's risque, but it's almost kind of like something where if it was anybody else, I'd be banning it or blocking or deleting it. I mean, and I think Peter's timed out people too for saying something that he would have said, but he didn't let other people get away with it. It's kind of funny in a sense, but yeah, I don't know. It's entertaining. Yeah, there's sometimes too when I'm watching the jump seat where sometimes it gets to be a bit too much and I sometimes have to turn it down. Especially if I'm trying to focus on other stuff too. I sometimes just can't handle it because he does get a little bit carried away with that too. I should block him from time to time to see what happens. I've timed him out already in the past. I've never banned him yet though. Actually, let's see. How many times have I timed him out? I guess I've only timed him out once, but I've deleted multiple messages though. This was a while ago though. This would have been like probably back when I first started streaming. Because I think he kind of thought that I was going to let a lot of stuff slide too, but I know I swear once in a while, but I do try to keep it clean here though too. And especially lately too. Oh, that's one thing I was going to mention. Sim last week picked that raid. You remember the one that was Mary's Milk Monsters? And I thought I got it mixed up with another streamer that he was talking about. And I was actually wrong about that one. He actually did pick a stream that was wholesome. Mary's Milk Monsters is actually, I seen it pop up in my feed the other night, and I was watching, and it's actually the complete opposite of what I thought it was gonna be. Yeah, it is about goats. I didn't know that Will's side. When I saw that the other night, I'm just like, oh crap, I was completely wrong, and I was even giving him a hard time about it. And I actually kind of felt stupid afterwards when I noticed that. So I got to mention that to him. I should have trusted him that he wouldn't have done something dumb like raid somebody like Amaranth and stuff like that. I should have known. I know he would joke around and stuff, but I don't think he would go that far either. And because I wouldn't go that far to raid somebody like Amaranth. Yeah, he knew about it. I don't know how he knew about it, Ori. I didn't think he. I never thought that'd be something that he would watch. I don't know how he found out about it, but yeah. But yeah, she's a goat farmer, I guess, or and a couple other things too. I read the bio on the page, whatever, and she seems like a pretty honest person, like down to earth and stuff too. Whatever, like it is a family friendly stream from what I seen. I was shocked actually. Yeah, when I was watching, she was wearing her coveralls, and the one goat kept undoing and doing up the zipper on them, and I was just killing myself laughing watching that. uh, yeah, you're right, Abelar's about that. It was funny for a bit, but now the stuff with Amaranth isn't so funny more. Eve isn't funny anymore, even as a joke in the stream and stuff. It's just I don't. It's kind of getting old now, actually. But yeah, I've been rambling on long enough. I think it's time to go do the raid. Let's just make sure it's still the same one that I was going to do. Amaranth banned you a couple of years ago. It's not a big loss, is it? Moose is doing his Comanche tour again, coast to coast one. Let's go raid him. Used a troller. Good night, Riz. We'll see you tomorrow again, hopefully. All right, let's get this one started. Gotta remember to type it with the S at the beginning of Staffa because there was one day Sim rated him. This was a while back, but he typed the name wrong, so he ended up rating Moose Taffa instead of Staffa. I used to bug him a lot for that, but I let up on it though. Yeah, it is a shame, Avalars, and hopefully they get that sorted out again here with some of the changes that they've been making with other stuff and some of the new people coming in as well too higher up in that, but we'll see. I think a lot of these other people that stream that kind of stuff they're gonna leave and go to that other kick or whatever it's called anyways. But yeah, thanks everyone for hanging out tonight. Thanks again for the follows in the bit cheer there, Wills, and we'll see you. Oh, and thanks again for flying along to Braden and Wayne Daddy as well. And we'll see you all tomorrow. And thanks, SponDot, for all the info again as well too, and the other guys as well. I'll make sure I get the dog or the cat for the co-pilot. But we'll see you all tomorrow.